You're traveling through another dimension. Dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. It's a middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. And it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. This is the brain domain. Hey everybody, it's Friday. Cringe? Well, I think you're cringe, so. Hello to you too. The only thing we have to cringe is cringe itself. The mustache, you got the mustache. The only thing you have to cringe is the question I submitted. I already read it. I pulled it up and I took a look at it already. I'm not cringing. I'm not cringing. I'm not much of a cringer. we heard is that some of us are going through it today. So let's talk about it. But before we go forward, I just want you to give some thought to what sort of things am I willing to let go of? What sort of feelings and thoughts are no longer serving me? If I'm gonna move forward in life, I'm gonna have to leave some things behind. Self-doubt, self-criticism, perhaps guilt or shame. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. I do have a lot of self-doubt I'm trying to let go of. And you gotta deconstruct it. You let it go bit by bit. Where we often falter is we have this desire to let go or to free ourselves from all doubt. But it's a process. You have to dismantle it, brick by brick. What's all this then? Hey, welcome in, gratuitous. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm Papa B, and this is the Brain Domain. I am a therapist, and I'm here offering free support. So, welcome in. If you like mental health, you're in the right place. Welcome. How are we doing today? Got this big wheel and it's covered in different emotions. Which ones do we identify with today? I'm trying to let go of stress and anxiety. It's a noble pursuit. In my own journey to let go of stress and anxiety, what I have realized is that anxiety is not something that you can entirely let go of. Anxiety is a fundamental part of who we are. And so it's not about getting rid of anxiety, it's about how do I manage it? How can I use it to help me rather than to hurt me? Anxiety and excitement are two sides of the same coin, and it's produced in the same region of your brain. And what a lot of it comes down to is, what questions are you asking yourself? Am I asking myself what could go wrong? Am I fixated on the negative outcomes? Am I mentally preparing myself for struggle and conflict? Or do I look forward to the future? Am I excited at the direction I'm headed? Anxiety is a tool, and it's there to help you to navigate an uncertain future. This may be a tad extreme, but your personal experience with anxiety was to push yourself past the pain and start socializing? Well, there you go. Sometimes in life you have to push through it. Sometimes in life you have to push through just because the only thing that you can think of is, well, I want to push through because I want to push through. I want to push through. I want to do this because I recognize that it's something I need to do, and it's going to be hard and it's going to be scary, but I need to do it. Pork charms in the green wedge. Oh, let's go. Let's go. You know what might be a nice exercise is if you have like a calendar and every day you just color in that box. What was my overall mood for that day? Be able to track your progress. Like, well, last month was pretty bad. I had 17 hard days, I had 5 okay days, and I had 7 good days. I'm anxious. I'm supposed to interview a candidate for a job position that's above me. Now I have to prepare for this interview. Ugh, I kind of wish I did not have to do this. Imagine how they feel. They have to get interviewed by the one and only Cutie Cheeks, and I can only imagine how anxious they must feel. My suggestion, try to have fun with it. Try to have fun with it. Take it seriously, but not too seriously. It's part of the balancing act of life, is we need to treat ourselves seriously, but not too seriously. It's a balancing act. Sometimes you might not be serious enough. Sometimes you might be too serious. That's what we're here to figure out, which is which. How serious is serious enough? Looking to find a psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist and a therapist. Not many options here. Is this your first experience doing that, or is this something you've tried before? And what sort of stuff are you looking for to talk with them about? Ask them if they could be any animal, what would they be? And if they answer lion, do not hire. Okay. As a Leo, I take offense. Leo season is approaching. I would also say if they answer any other type of predatory animal, they're like, I want to be an eagle. But a lobster? Being a lobster sounds kind of chill. Also, you're basically immortal. A mantis shrimp. You just want to punch really hard, don't you? I got a drone yesterday, so I've got it charging, and I'm thinking I want to take it for a test flight later. Also, I got a new phone. The drone for. We're gonna try to see if we can use the drone and then broadcast the feed from the drone on a stream. That's what we're gonna try to figure out. That's what we're gonna try to figure out. I think there is a way you can figure it out. But I might have to do a little bit of experimenting. But yeah, I've got it charging now, and then I need to do a test flight so that I can learn how to control the thing, so that'll be fun. What did we get? We got a DJI Mini. They're banning DJI drones in the United States. Have you heard about this? And we tried to buy one from Costco the other day. We tried to buy one from Costco the other day and they wouldn't let us. They had to give us a refund. Why? Because we're afraid of China. It's a Chinese company. It's the same reason why they want to ban TikTok, is because they're afraid that China is collecting our information or something. Anyway. But yeah, DJI makes the best drones, and American drones don't really, they can't really They can't really keep up. They're just not really as good for the price that you pay. The Facebook is cool, exactly. It's the same thing as like the Chinese electric vehicles. Like China can make electric cars and mass produce them and have them affordable. But if you want to get one in the United States, you have to pay a 100% tariff. We just really like to stifle innovation. But yeah, even if they ban the sales of the drones, and even if they try to like make it so that you can't use them, I'm sure people are gonna figure out a way to like get their drones to still operate, because it's like there's just too many people out there with DJI drones, and there are people who have invested like thousands and thousands of dollars into their drones, and they're not just gonna stop using them just because we're afraid of China. Yeah, we're cooked, I fear. I fear that we're cooked. The only one people using the CIA spyware drones, right? It's like the only reason that anybody in the American government is mad that a different government is spying on us is because they want to be the ones to do it. They want all that information. Like, American developers have tried to make a competitor to TikTok, and they just can't really keep up. Like, they just can't really. They can't really do it. They've tried, it's just not as good. Like, for what it's designed to do, TikTok is really good at what it does. Is it brain rot? Yes. Is it really well engineered brain rot? Oh, yeah. Indonesia banned Starlink. Ooh. Ooh. We're thinking about getting a Starlink set up so that we can stream from down on the farm. Because we checked this, and yeah, we've got coverage down there, so I think we're going to look into getting one of their kits. Also, I'm a globalist, I'll admit it. I feel like having competition between nations is stupid. I feel like if there's a country that can produce the best version of something, we should all have access to that thing, because that helps all of us. And it promotes innovation, and it encourages competition instead of stagnation. Absolutely. It helps us advance as a species, and that's what I'm all about. I'm all about the advancement of the human species. I'm not about the advancement of just one nation of people based on which continent you live on. That's stupid. we'll have to start with the US stepping down as the world's controlling power. I'm like, I think we're already in the process of doing that. I feel like that's already happening. I'm more concerned with whether we are going back to a dictatorship. Well, we'll do the same thing. Okay, this might make you feel depressed. This might make you feel depressed at this moment in time, but I want you to try to find inspiration in this. You look back through history. Time and time again, we've shown the fascists and the dictators how we treat that type of worldview. Just look back to the Magna Carta. You know, go back 800 years. How many times do we have to teach them that lesson? Not enough, apparently. The US isn't stepping down, it's being recognized as a fraud. A 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. A decline is a decline, whether or not it's a willing decline. Well, I guess the question is, what do we do about it? What do we do about it? Let's seize the means of production. Organize, absolutely. This is part of, I just want you to take a look at how even what we do here is a smaller part of a bigger picture. If there's going to be a fight ahead, if there's going to be a revolution, we need to be mentally well going into it. We need to be at our best. So Tylius, thank you for gifting that sub to Schnurfy Goob. So Tylius posted a picture in the Discord the other day, and I'm like, this guy could be my cousin. Like, you look like you could be my cousin or something. Like, you kind of look like my uncle. Like, are we related? we might be distant cousins. We could probably trace our lineage back to the same clan hundreds of years ago. Ah. All right. It's Friday. And you know what Friday is for? Friday's for feeling good. G&G, 11 months. Let's go. 11 months. Thank you so much for all the support. G&G, you've been here for 11 months. Would you say it's working? Is it working? Good. Good. And honestly, $5 a month? Not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal. I've seen how much they charge you on BetterHelp. We're hype training. We got started off. We're hitting a hype train. We're doing a hype train. Oh, Schnurfy Goob paying forward the gift to Quadthro. Sir Tyler's with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go! Y'all ready for this? It's Feel Good Friday. That is it. That is the way. Friday is for feeling good. And we're making it a choice. Because here's the thing. Crab Cheeks with the Prime sub. So I have to do 3 interviews, actually? Honestly, this just shows that you are a person that they trust and that they value your opinion, so... What if it's actually just a test? What if they're actually just testing you, and then at the end, Cutie Cheeks, they're like... What if at the end they're like, oh, by the way, we were actually interviewing you this whole time. Congratulations, you've got the promotion. View it as a positive. That's the thing. That's the power of rebranding. You know, when you learn how to, and this is something that we've got to practice. You know, this is something that a lot of people have a challenge doing because we have a negativity bias. Negative emotions, negative events, negative thoughts, they're all much more powerful within our brain. They generate much more of an emotional response within us because it's how our brain tries to protect ourselves from harm and danger. It's there to help protect us and keep us safe. Which is why we gotta practice rebranding, and we gotta look at it as a positive. Oh. You have 2 cats, but if you were to get a third, it would have to be orange. Honestly, orange cats are just such a vibe. Getting an orange cat was one of the best choices I've ever made. They're just such goofy little guys. No thought, head empty, always hungry. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you all so much for all those subs. Why, thank you so much, neighborinos. Hi, diddly ho. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Yeah, if you missed it, Casey and I went, we dressed up as Simpsons characters, and we went out in public. We went to Walmart, we went to the game shop, we went to Arby's, and I went as Ned Flanders. Which is why I have a mustache right now. I needed to go Ned mode. Originally, I thought about maybe doing Homer, but I don't know if I could pull off Homer. I didn't want to shave completely bald, you know? I didn't want to go all the way. Again, my favorite part was what I was ordering at Arby's, and I was in character. And then the guy who was working at the counter, he says, "Can I get a name for the order?" And I said, "Ned?" And he goes, yes, exactly. He did that. He did the Casey Ma emote in real life. That's exactly what he did. He was like, it was like, I should have known. Why did I even ask? Yeah, I was pumping the condiments because I was trying to get some of that horsey sauce, but it wasn't coming out. I was just pumping it and it just wasn't going. I was like, dang, I wanted some of that horsey sauce. Oh, August. My birthday is the 11th, so it's in a month. Hello, hello, welcome in. Welcome. Hi. Hey. Centering myself. I'm centering myself. I'm feeling a little off balance. I need to center myself. Would you believe me if I told you that what I do is difficult? You opened a hotline in Indonesia and got some extreme cases? Whew. I believe it. Throat singing always helps me feel more centered. I moving the sound from the front of part of what I'm doing is I'm driving the air up into my sinuses. But yeah, I also am moving it up and back and forth. What's your opinions on doctors and therapists affirming gender dysphoria instead of trying to bring them back to reality? What are you trying to say? Are you saying that doctors and therapists are wrong, but you're right because you think it isn't a thing? Maybe it's your problem. Maybe the problem is with you. Maybe you should come back to reality. The fact that you have a problem with people who are just trying to live their life and be comfortable with themselves just screams that you have some deep-seated issues of your own, but you can't face them, and so you are preoccupied with how other people choose to live their lives. Other people's happiness frightens you because you don't know happiness. I don't have time to fix you. I'm sorry. I've got people who are actually, like, not bigoted to help. I don't find somebody else who's willing to help you, bud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but if you take time out of your day to just be hateful towards a marginalized group because you can't actually address the problems that you're dealing with in your life, it's like, get your shit together. Like, people have been doing this same stupid fucking song and dance for thousands of years. Get over it. I'm miserable. It must be because of a marginalized person. It must be because of a minority group that I'm so miserable. Not because the people in control want me to blame a marginalized group for all my problems. It couldn't be because of that. It couldn't possibly be because of that. It's not like the powers that be have always done that. They've always wanted you to blame a marginalized group instead of the people who actually have power and control in the quality of your life. Nah, sure. Like, you've got a brain. Try using it for once. Your problem is not with trans people, it's not with people of color, it's not with people from another country, it's with your government. Those are the people who actually control or have the most control over your quality of life. So if you aren't satisfied in your life, concern yourself with who actually pulls the strings. Because it's not trans people, it's not gay people, it's not black people. It's a bunch of old, crusty white dudes. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hey, Jeff. How's it going? All right. Always a Zat Chopper. I love Zat Chap. I love that guy. My favorite mushroom. They're cool. I've seen him in here. Zach, he's a streamer as well. He's from Australia. We're on a very similar wavelength. We're a similar flavor of weird. He does have a glorious head of hair. It's true. And a marvelous Fu Manchu. He's a good guy. All right. I'm just mentally I'm stalling. I'm mentally preparing myself to do questions today. I'm just, you know what I mean? I think it's /SO. It might be slash. Or is it? Oh wait, it's actually /shoutout. I think the only way to do !SO is if you program a bot. You can program a bot to respond to that command. The spider. Oh no. Oh no. But no, like I could make it like !SO, and then it would have to be like I would have to program the Stream Elements bot to actually do the / command. Does that make sense? So all that programming just to save us from typing a few extra letters. But I have seen some people have it set up that way. I just haven't bothered to. Am I feeling okay? Yeah, I just feel like I'm kind of running on fumes. I feel like, you know, I want to be here for you and I want to help you. But sometimes when I'm not feeling my best, I'm just like, I concern myself with the quality and integrity of the advice that I give. I drink tea. I used to drink tea pretty regularly, but I haven't in a while. Once the kitchen is set back up, I think I'll do some more tea. Lately, I've been on the coffee. I feel like I need to wear a heart rate monitor. Tea tastes like bushy ass. I think it depends on the tea. I've had some teas that taste really good, and I've had some teas that taste like you're drinking a cup of yard clippings. You can't get the stroke and suck out of your head? Oh. Clarence Carter?
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
Have you ever made love in the backseat of a car? I once made love in the backseat of a car, and the police came, and I rolled down the window and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. Need to hype myself up. Need to hype myself up. Hey, sorry I haven't been here in a while. Alright, well, first and foremost, just get that out of the way. An energizing tone. Tone shift. Okay, I think I can cook. I can cook with this one. Is it alright if I get on a call? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I have it in me to get on calls today. Yeah, I'm just being honest. My brain's not working at full efficiency today. I do want to do calls again in the future, but I just don't know if I have it in me today. Lately, my family's been super rough to me, and they don't give a fuck about my trauma and illness. I've tried to be nice and polite, but all they do is either ignore me or scream at me. A trigger warning, suicide. I've been put in a mental hospital for 3 times since my last call, but my illness comes back when I'm back home. I repaired a noose to get rid of all this physical pain in my chest due to the disrespect and pain of the screaming gave me. This is from Moonu. Moonu, let me just say something. Your family's inability to talk with you about how you're feeling, the fact that they either ignore you or scream at you, that to me just says that they are struggling with their own minds. They're struggling with their own feelings. They're struggling with their own emotions. So they've got their own problems that they're trying to deal with, which is why they aren't in a position to give you the help and support that you need with what it is that you're going through. Tired of having to go back and forth to the emergency room to get a shot. Does that kind of just feel like a bandage? Like it's not really treating the underlying problem, it's just a temporary fix? Do yourself a favor. Throw that noose away. Get it out of here. You don't need it, and you won't need it. You're not gonna need it. Sorry, I can't. I need it for an emergency. You don't need it. If you keep it, that just means that you're planning to use it. And we don't want to plan for that. We don't want that to be in our future. The same thing I would say to somebody if they were suicidal and they had a gun. I would say give that gun to someone else. Have them hold on to it for you. You don't want it to be around because suicide is very often an impulsive thing. It's a decision that people make in a moment of really high stress. It's a permanent solution to temporary problems. I'm sorry that you're not getting the help and support that you feel that you really need. Your chest hurts when you think about your parents. You made countless songs about them. Does making songs, does making music, does that help you feel peaceful? Does that help you to process those feelings? Are there people in your life that you can talk to about these things? Are there people that do give you that love and respect that you're looking for? But don't forget, we need to have love and respect for ourselves as well. It feels good to get it from the people that we care about, but it's also essential that we have it within us. must I suffer for their disrespect? Unfortunately, we don't have any control over how people talk to us, how people treat us, how people view us. The only thing in life that we can control is how we respond to those things. They're probably having a hard time treating your issues seriously because they have a hard time treating their own issues seriously. Add. Alright, we stall. Did I miss anything? I was waiting. I was waiting for you to get back. But what I was saying is we can't really control how other people treat us, how other people talk to us. The only thing that we have control over is how we respond to it. If they're trying to make us upset, we don't have to become upset. They are simply suggesting to us that we should be upset. They are making you a suggestion. You don't need to listen to that suggestion. I really want to go see my psychologist, but my parents won't let me go see her again. What would it take? Why won't they let you? It's always frustrating when this type of thing happens, because it does happen. Sometimes people have to wait until they actually have the ability to make decisions regarding their mental health on their own without input from their parents or guardians. Please tell me to stop if I go too far with my trauma dumping. No, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. Dump away. Going back to something that Gamey Gang said, just had a talk with a narcissistic parent I have. It's really true that she talks about herself by talking about me and my life. It's true. Now, anybody who has to deal with a narcissist in their life, I hope they come to that same realization. Like, oh, they're not actually talking about me. They're talking about themselves. They're projecting their own insecurities onto me. Dealing with narcissists gets easier once you realize that you don't need to take them so seriously. Munu, I think it's important that you do get that help that you're looking for. So do what you need to do to get it, because you deserve it. Because it's your life. And it's worth fighting for. The stakes have gone down significantly, right? It's like once you really understand why narcissists do what they do, it's like you almost feel sorry for them. It's like they're so frail and fragile, and it's just like, it's just this projection. Like it almost makes you feel sorry for them. Like they're just so terrified of accepting any wrongdoing or any accountability. It's kind of pathetic. I did everything right and they indicted me. I don't know how to say this. I really don't feel good saying this. Maybe I shouldn't say it. You can think about it. I tell you what, Moo. If you feel like talking about it, if you feel like sharing it, go for it. We're here to support you. We're here to listen to what's going on, so. Don't feel like you have to get it all out at once, you know? Like, go at a pace that's comfortable for you. be labeled as a scammer or a beggar, but I really need to see her. Go for it. I mean, do what you gotta do to see her. If you feel like you need to see your psychiatrist, you need to see him. Do what you need to do it. Like, it's your mental health. Take it seriously. Just because other people don't take your mental health seriously doesn't mean that you shouldn't. It's your life. Fight for it. Dude. How do I make friends while also being super awkward? I try to be myself, but my personality is just based on niche media I like, so I don't know how to conversate about normal stuff, like who's related to who and where is the best restaurant in insert random city. People can look right through me and get the uncanny feeling when I try to act normal. I don't know what to do, man. You need to find somebody who will match your freak. You need to find somebody who's a similar flavor of weird. You need to find somebody who you click with. Because here's the thing. There's no such thing as normal stuff to talk about. There's stuff that's small talk. There's stuff that people will talk about in a non-serious way, like, hey, anybody's good around here to eat? Oh, the weather today. It sure is hot today. It's like... I think what will be the most helpful is to remind yourself that we judge ourselves much more harshly than other people judge us most of the time. We have this assumption that other people can see right through us, like you said. Like other people can read our minds, or other people are judging us, and it's most likely not the case. Most of the time, people are too busy caught up within their own lives and their own thoughts and their own emotions to really take much time to think about us. No matter how niche the media, there's going to be other people out there who are into it. And so I say by interacting with people who are into that type of media or similar, like adjacent types of media, would be a good place to start looking for friends. Mutual interest is a great way to start a friendship. Also, I think another thing that's important to appreciate is that what one person views as awkward, another person might view as endearing. Other people might find it, endearing or cute that another person is awkward. Some people, are drawn to it. I think that it's okay to be confident in who you are And by celebrating who you are and being as genuine as you can be, people will want to be friends with you. Because people like it when a person is genuine. People like it when a person is confident. That's a draw for people. It makes them want to be friends with them. Also, the thing about your personality is that your personality is always developing. It's always changing. It's always shifting. It's not set in stone. One of the most important things to realize, though, is we can't live life making the assumption that everyone is judgmental of us. Because in reality, what's going on there is that we are actually judging everyone else. We are assuming everyone else to be judgmental. And people will pick up on that. People will be able to see that on you. So what I find to be most helpful is to assume that people are either indifferent or that they actually do like you until they tell you otherwise. That's what I do. I just assume that people like me until they tell me that they don't like me. Because assuming that people don't like me doesn't really help me. And it also doesn't really help me make friends. So give yourself some grace and give other people the benefit of the doubt. Also, another great way to really form a bond with someone is when they are excited about something, try to match their excitement. If they're happy about something, try to match their happiness. Seeing a friend being happy about something should make you happy, because having a friend who is happy, that should make you happy, because we want our friends to be happy, right? If you can learn how to be happy for other people, you'll never run out of things to be happy about. I found that I was able to just have so much more joy and happiness in my life by allowing myself to be happy for other people. Instead of being envious or, comparing myself to them. It's like, if they're happy, I'm happy. Good for them. I'm happy for them. We got Gamey Gang out here helping Munu go see their psychiatrist. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. That was totally just... beautiful. Beautiful. So kind of you. My heart. It's about to pop. Luna brought up another good point. You don't have to like all the same stuff as your friend. When you have a friend who likes stuff, you should be excited to hear them talk about it, because seeing them excited and seeing them happy should make you happy. And the fact that they're willing to share it with you, so you can share in that joy together, even if it's something that you're not really into. But anyway, you got friends out there, they're waiting for you. You just gotta go find them. But first and foremost, be friendly with yourself too. Show yourself the same grace and compassion that you would want to show anybody else. I'm afraid you won't actually answer my questions anymore, which is why I stopped asking them. Well, I'm gonna answer it today. Honestly, I'm hung up on the fact that I keep being told that my ex-bestie telling me she thought of me during sex with her BF is in some way a compliment. I'm celibate because sex with men and women disgusts me now. I feel like all these experiences recently have added to becoming more comfortable in isolation. I realize very few of my sexual experiences throughout my lifetime have been consensual on my end, and even though my body is luckily out of the physical equation, I still feel imagining it while you have sex with your boyfriend is a violation. Anyways, I guess my question is, why do you think this is a compliment coming from a bestie that knows how sexually traumatized and isolated you are? I don't think it is. I said that it was once, and I take it back. I misspoke. I was wrong. I was speaking from my perspective and from my own ego. I didn't understand your history and your experiences, and I didn't mean to make you feel invalidated in that. And so I apologize. If you want to talk about it more, you can DM me. But, alright. DMs are open. I'll talk with you more if you want to. So I've been wanting to lose weight recently, and I've been wanting to just cut down on eating drastically. I've starved myself before to get to my goal weight, and I'm really tempted to do it again. Alright. Pause. Don't. Starving yourself, it might help you lose weight, but the damage that it does to your body isn't worth it. When you starve yourself, you are depriving yourself of nutrients, and it harms your internal organs. Also, restricting yourself of calories puts your body into survival mode, and it actually makes you retain more. And so it oftentimes doesn't really give you the results that you're looking for, which means that you have to take it to an even more dangerous extreme to lose the weight that you're trying to lose. And it harms in ways that aren't always obvious from the get-go. Exactly. Exactly. Because then you have to consider what it is that you're teaching yourself. You're starting to form a connection between starvation and restriction and getting the body that I want, and so then that becomes the answer to your problem, and then whenever you feel uncomfortable with yourself, you start restricting and starving yourself. This is how eating disorders develop. don't know what to tell myself or how to feel like I know it's wrong and I shouldn't do it, but I'm already starting to implement my old habits again. I was so happy when I was skinny. Cranky, yes, but because I was hungry. So you found happiness in one way, but unhappiness in another way. Which just kind of says to me that it isn't really the type of happiness that you're looking for. It's like looking for something sweet and then you eat something with fake sugar in it. It's just not really what you're trying to find. I also don't like cooking, so I'd rather just cut back on eating than try to make myself healthy meals. I also get a very unhealthy, intrusive thought that since I'm ugly, the least I could do is be skinny. It's so toxic, I know, but I don't know. I find myself agreeing with it. Alright. Eating disorders are a serious thing, and so I would highly recommend that you talk to somebody about this and talk to a professional, someone who specializes in eating disorders, because these are no joke. Anorexia is the deadliest mental illness there is. More people die of anorexia than from any other type of mental illness. I feel like it's also very possible that you're being unfair to yourself. Because what often goes hand in hand with, body image issues are, certain types of dysmorphias where you feel like, you hyperfixate on your perceived flaws. My recommendation to you, if you feel comfortable doing it, throw your scale away. Your scale is not your friend. Your scale is your enemy. If you really want to feel more comfortable in your body, focus on other metrics. Like what size do you want to fit in, or what do you want your measurements to be? But then there are other things that you can work on. You can work on, how can I practice my posture? How can I practice my, my fashion, my exercise? Because I feel like, in truth, the happiest version of you is one that is healthy. And these unhealthy solutions aren't going to give you the happiness that you look for. Because that's the way it goes with eating disorders, is it never gives you the happiness that you're looking for. It just continues to progress and progress and progress. What's the definition of an eating disorder, though? It's a complicated thing. There are different types of eating disorders. And in a general sense, it has to do with a few different things. Your relationship with food, your perception of yourself, and also your relationship with eating as like an act. Like, how do you view eating? Like, is eating something that helps you to survive, or is eating something that you do that you feel like is harming you, or you feel like it's going against your goals? And so, whenever you're talking about an eating disorder, it's a multifaceted thing. So, I would highly recommend finding some support, some people you can talk to about this, some people who can be supportive and you can talk about these problems, because if we continue to enable these toxic thoughts and these toxic behaviors, which you have identified that they are toxic, then what does toxicity do? Is it builds up in your system and eventually it causes irreparable damage. And we don't want to let it get to that point. All right? All of my coworkers went to the same movie but didn't invite me, so I bought my own ticket and sat alone. I enjoyed the movie, but I'm getting tired of being alone and only having my presence sought after for sex. I'm sorry that happened. It was pretty rude of him. Gotta go. See you later, Munu. Take good care of yourself, friend. Questioner, I think we need to put some work into finding some valuable friendships, some people that you can enjoy spending time with, people you can go out and do things with, because your coworkers sound like they suck. OCD is sort of taking over my life. I tried quitting the compulsive behaviors, but I feel like behind the OCD, there's an anxiety and depression that OCD is sort of like a coping mechanism. Your awareness is pretty astute. That's a keen awareness. You actually hit the nail right on the head. Hit the nail right on the head with that one. OCD is a manifestation of anxiety and depression. Astute. Yes, very astute. You never knew that. Now you do. If you didn't know, now you do know. Alright. So, in my experience, what is most helpful in dealing with OCD is not so much trying to quit the compulsive behaviors, because the compulsive behaviors are a response to the obsessive thought that you're dealing with. If you can handle the thought, if you can learn how to address the thought in a different way, if you can learn a healthy coping mechanism for that thought, maybe reframing, maybe distraction, maybe, talking to somebody about it, getting a new perspective on it, then you don't need the compulsion anymore. The compulsion is what gives you that sense of relief in dealing with that feeling. The thing is, a lot of those thoughts are true. It's just the obsessing about it, which is unnatural. Would you be okay with giving me an example? Sure, like washing your hands multiple times before eating. Ah. Okay. Does washing your hands a second time or a third time make any difference than washing them one time? If you wash them well once, do you really need to wash them again? Also, there's powerful stomach acid in your body that will take care of most, things that you might, your body's pretty good at protecting you from microbes. There are certain things that obviously you really want to make sure that you wash your hands. If you've been handling raw meat, if you've been handling something that's potentially harmful to you, you don't want to get You don't want to get salmonella, you don't want to get E. coli. True, but I feel like if I don't do it many times, it just makes the eating an unenjoyable experience, so I do it anyway because I don't like doing the act with anxiety. You still have the anxiety. The anxiety is just in a different activity. The anxiety is either going to be there when you're washing your hands a bunch of times, or it's going to be there when you're eating, so pick which activity you want your anxiety to be with. Sometimes what it comes down to is exposure. You know, you wash your hands thoroughly one time and then you eat something, and then maybe it wasn't so enjoyable because it made you a little bit anxious. But then afterwards, you kind of have to just stop and reflect and say, see, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Because anxiety is always worse in our mind than it is in reality. One of the best ways to deal with and manage anxiety is exposure. Is there a link between anxiety and impulse control? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. But here's the thing about learning how to get a control over OCD. It's not about just finding a miracle that makes your anxiety go away. It's about realizing that the anxiety is always there. It's just how intense is it, and during what activity or what action does the anxiety manifest? So exposure really is the best way to acclimate. I think that compulsion does temporarily reduce the anxiety. That's true, and that's why people develop OCD, is because the compulsion reduces the anxiety that they get from the obsessive thought. But what you're trying to practice doing, if you want to reduce the effect and reduce the impact that OCD is having on you, is allow yourself to become more comfortable with that anxiety that you're feeling. You have a lot of awareness about yourself, and I feel like that's going to be one of your biggest assets in recovery. How does medication works and why do SSRI meds help some people? Well, it's because SSRI kind of blunts your emotions. It kind of takes the edge off. And so it doesn't make things go away, it just makes them easier to tolerate. And that's why some people get help from them. The thing about anxiety is that everyone has it. Whenever somebody says, I have anxiety, I'm like, welcome to the club. Everybody has anxiety. We've all got human brains. Anxiety is a function of the human brain. And if we want to not feel so impacted by our anxiety, we have to learn how to turn it into a tool. Because that's what it's meant to be. It's meant to protect us from harm. It's meant to help us navigate potential dangers. And sometimes what it does is it becomes overactive and it starts to see dangers where they might not actually exist. And so the way that we manage our anxiety is not to forget it, not to try to not think about it, but it is to invite it in and say, what can I do for you? How can I help you? Everybody has anxiety, but some people are a lot better at taking the problem when it comes rather than catastrophizing, so they see the situation as it is rather than adding anything extra to it. Now see, when you say that, which is true, there are two ways that you can view that. You can either view that as there's something wrong with me, I'm doing something wrong and they're doing something right, or, you know, my brain isn't wired correctly, but I would try to view it in this way. If they can do it, I can do it too. I just need to teach myself how. Because it is possible. Beauty of the brain, neuroplasticity. Today was a tough day. You got through. You're still here. I paused and left halfway through. Well, good for you for respecting your boundaries and respecting your limitations. You know, they can pick up with you and do the other half later. You know, who's to say that they needed to do all that right then and there? It's like... Are there patients who successfully treated severe anxiety without meds? I feel like the best way to treat severe anxiety is without meds. Because when you take meds for anxiety, what that teaches you is that the solution to feeling anxiety is to take the medication. And then next thing you know, when you're feeling anxious and you don't have the medication, it makes you even more anxious. And so now there's a lot of anxiety surrounding the medication itself. The medication actually ends up becoming a part of the problem. Anxiety is an ancient problem, and ancient problems require ancient remedies. How about physical symptoms? No, you're right. Anxiety isn't just a mental problem. Anxiety also lives in the body. because the mind and body are one. And so, grounding yourself and learning how to calm and relax your body is actually a great way to learn how to manage not just your physical anxiety, but your mental anxiety as well. And the key is in your breathing. You can't tell your heart to slow down its beating, but you can tell your lungs to slow down their breathing. And when your lungs slow down your breathing, it sends signals to the rest of your body. It sends it to your heart and to your brain that I am in a state of relaxation. The body looks to the breath to determine how to feel. If you breathe in a relaxed way, it actually will slow your heart rate down. You can't make your heart rate slow manually, but you can slow your heart rate by slowing your breathing. You want to know another thing that's going to sound like, honestly, it's going to sound so silly and so obvious, you're going to probably be like, there's just no way that that could work. Do you want to hear it? When I tell you, you're going to feel like there's just no way. When you are feeling relaxed, say out loud, I feel relaxed right now. You have to teach your mind and body to be more aware and more in tune with what feeling relaxed feels like. And one of the ways that we can do that is literally saying it out loud. I feel good right now. I'm feeling relaxed. I'm feeling calm. Or even if you're not, you say, like, if you're feeling anxious, I'm feeling anxious right now, but I'm going to work on calming myself down. The brain likes to be open for suggestion. And so sometimes offering your brain a suggestion can help to guide it in the direction that you're trying to go. So what I want you to try is I want you to do 3 breaths, okay? I want you to take 3 big deep breaths, and I want you to try to take the most refreshing, relaxing breath that you can. And then with the second breath, I want you to try to feel even more relaxed. You know what might also help? By making your relaxed sound. Vocalize your relaxation. What's the sound you would make if you were really relaxed? Maybe you are getting into a hot tub, or maybe you are taking a dip in a nice cool pool on a hot day, or you're taking a nice refreshing drink, and you kind of go, ah. What does your relaxed sound like? I relax just being completely alone at a park, sitting on a chair. Alright, go there in your mind. Go there in your mind. Hear the birds chirping. Feel the breeze as it rustles through the trees. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Invite that breath in. Hold on to it for a moment. Feel that absorption as you give your body the oxygen that it needs. Every breath is like a little love note to yourself. And then when you're ready, gently let it go. Every breath is borrowed. No two breaths are the same. Does weightlifting help with anxiety? It could. Exercise gives you endorphins, which can help to deal with anxiety. That is true. The answer really is it can, because it's not guaranteed. Because sometimes physical anxiety can also increase your cortisol level. And sometimes the uptick in cortisol can add to your stress. So yeah, I would say exercise can reduce stress, but the type and the intensity and the duration of the exercise is important. So yes, exercise can reduce stress, but I would just try to be mindful in how you do it, how intense you do it, and for how long you do it. Because if you exercise for too long or for too hard, it can be stressful. It can actually make you more stressed. Balance in all things. That's a hard thing to do. Well, you love a challenge, don't you? Love a challenge, don't you? That, for me, is one of my personal favorite ways in dealing with anxiety is I love a challenge. I don't need to fear the future. I can learn to love a challenge. I can get excited for it. If I'm going to the gym, I take it to the max, otherwise I feel extreme regret. Now that's something I would recommend thinking about. Are you being fair to yourself? Are you being kind to yourself? Maybe that's something you could practice doing, is being more compassionate with yourself. Like, you've got nothing to prove to yourself. The only thing you need to prove to yourself is that you care for yourself and that you love yourself. Even the biggest, strongest, beefiest boys don't max out every day. Sometimes you just go to the gym just for maintenance. You just go to maintain. Bro, you actually look a lot more buff than I realized now that I see you with a t-shirt on. Oh yeah? About calorie restriction, let's say I do running and burn up a lot of calories and don't replace those calories. Is that bad for anxiety? Hungry equals anxious. I want you to reframe the way that you view hunger and nutrition as also symptoms of anxiety. Anxiety that we feel in the body. When you feel that feeling of hunger in your stomach, that is your stomach saying, "Oh no, I'm starving, help me, I'm anxious." So yeah. Update. Girl in love with the guy with a mom that threatened her own life when okay, hold on. I need to start over. I think I came in because I've been needing to rant. I've been dealing with agoraphobia amongst a buttload of the usual stuff neurotypical trans women go through. It can be incredibly alienating. I cannot find for the life of me an outpatient agoraphobia recovery. I want you to feel empowered, alright? I want you to appreciate that you have everything that you need to help yourself with that agoraphobia. Because it's a problem that only you can fix. Agoraphobia is really receptive to exposure. And so whether, you're doing it by yourself or you have a friend that can go with you to maybe make it a little bit easier, it's just about getting out there, and when you are out there, you are reminding yourself, I'm okay right now. It's an extremely difficult problem. Well, it'll be even more satisfying when you fix it. Is black and white thinking also a result of anxiety? It can be. It can be. I would say yeah, because the thing about anxiety is that, like, if you really want to know the truth, most things tie back to anxiety. It's like Scooby-Doo, you pull the mask off and it's, oh, look, it's anxiety again. It's like, who's the ghost? Oh, it's anxiety. What I noticed as someone who's more anxious is that I'm way more rigid and not as flexible. Next time you go to the gym, do some yoga. I'm being completely serious. I'm not even trying to make a joke. Becoming more flexible in your body, I found it to help you to be more flexible in your mind. Yoga and meditation have been my top tools in helping myself deal with anxiety and depression and, you know, the things that I deal with. Because the mind and the body are really like this. And a lot of times we can address the problems that we're dealing with up here by dealing with them down here. Your body likes to hold on to tension and anxiety. Like it's manifested in muscle cramps, muscle tightness, aches and pains, pinched nerves, you know, it's rigidity. So just like your brain has a hard time letting go of things, sometimes your body has a hard time letting go of things too. So my advice is address it from both angles. Address it mentally and physically. I have a question. If I put it in the box today, is it reasonable to think I'll have it answered? Let's see. I've got 6 questions in the box right now, so I think you're good. I think I can do that. If you want my advice, notorious gamer, what I would say is this: try to make some time for yoga, some like nice mindful stretching. It doesn't have to be like I go and I follow somebody's full-on yoga routine. It's like, no, just get down on the floor, do some stretching, you know, put yourself in your body for a bit. Just find the parts of you that hold on to tension and try to stretch them and relax them. And then also make some time for meditation. Science has shown that in as little as 2 weeks, if you do meditation for about 30 minutes a day, so about 14 hours altogether, you can actually see a noticeable change in your brain activity. Think about, do you know computers? You like computers? Meditation is literally like defragging your brain. It's a chance to just go through and say, what's important? What should I hold on to? What should I let go of? Alright, I got some questions lined up in the box, so let's get to it. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. I feel like my body's in autopilot. I'm just operating off of muscle memory at this point. But my instincts are strong, so my advice should still be solid. Alright, let's get cooking. That one strand of hair. This one? Or this one? I need a haircut. Or I need to put some hair product in. Thank you. Oh, anything for you. Anything for you, my dear friend. Update. Girl in love with the guy with the mom that threatened her own life when he said he wanted to marry me. After taking a break for 2 months to finish my degree, I took him back, only for him to shift the blame entirely on me for the fallout. Sometimes in life, people will tell you, I'll do better, I can change, and then that's just their way of getting back in. They don't actually plan on changing. They just want to tell you that they're changing so that you can give them another chance. It happens. But let's go a little deeper. It hurts because I was happy, but I believed him when he acted like he genuinely cared for me, wanted to support me during my and would do better. But as soon as I needed him to grow our connection, it all went away. You know, he may have had the intention, but I think he might not have been able to act on the intention. And I feel like that's a mistake that a lot of people make, is they promise people the world and then you can't give it to them. That's a very human thing. I've had it happen to me in my life. I've also made promises that I couldn't keep. I feel like that's something that, we always, we can acknowledge that we want to try to do better, but sometimes we just have a hard time figuring out how to actually execute it. You know what I mean? It's painful because I was genuinely happy and believed that he cared for me and would support me during this important and transitionary phase of my life. But as soon as I needed him to invest in our relationship, everything changed. Whenever I made any request, no matter how small, he responded defensively and interrogated why he should fulfill those needs. It's almost like he's treating you like a manager. You go to a manager and you're like, hey, manager, we need to order more of this supply part. Like, we need to order more of it. We can't do our job without it. And they're like, why do you need it? What happened to the stuff we just got you? It's like, ugh. When you're in a relationship, you want to be in a relationship with a partner. You want to be equals. You don't want there to be a hierarchy. You don't outrank one another. You are equals. He insisted that his actions weren't wrong or hurting me. That's not up for him to decide. That's not up for him to decide whether or not it hurts you. That is up to you. If you're telling him that it hurts you, he needs to see that you are valid in that. Although I never characterized them as such, all I wanted was more gentle and loving communication between us to grow our connection. And that's such a simple thing to ask for. Like, you're really not asking for much. I feel like that's the bare minimum. That really isn't that hard. You know what I mean? He refused to discuss his feelings or insecurities unless we were arguing, using it as an opportunity to bring them up. Although I made it clear that he could talk about these issues any time without feeling invalidated or losing an argument, he continued the same pattern. I've also suggested having conversations where we just focus on his issues so that they don't get mixed up with mine, but every time he has either refused or sabotaged that opportunity for himself, saying that it gives him too much anxiety and says he can't trust me. Yesterday, when I called him out on that, he texts, "I've made it clear where my issues lie, but if it's more important that I bring them up during arguments, then clearly you don't give enough of a shit other than being right or being better." He projected his own insecurities onto me and threatened the relationship, claiming I should have addressed his insecurities when it mattered. Is now giving me the silent treatment. WTF. Question in the box, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pork Tree. I missed you. I missed you when you were gone. I can give you a hard time sometimes, and I don't mean it. I razz you because that's how I treat my friends. But I do care about you. Here, It feels like this guy, he's having a hard time validating his own emotions. He's having a hard time treating his own emotions as valid, and then he's blaming you for invalidating his emotions or not taking them seriously. It's like he's the one who's not taking them seriously, and he's projecting that onto you, so that's not fair. I'm left wondering if he came back just to hurt me or if he is genuinely feeling helpless. One of the things that I like to ask myself whenever I feel wronged by someone is, was this due to ignorance? Did they just not know any better? Or is this due to malice? Were they actually trying to hurt me? Because if it was just due to ignorance, we can live with that. We can work with that. We can learn the better way of acting. But if it was due to malice, if they were just trying to hurt you, that's probably not a person that you want in your life. I'm struggling to make sense of it all and move on in a direction without sacrificing my self-esteem and worth. We've known each other for 7 years, so parting ways completely is not something I want. However, if setting myself free from this chaos is necessary, then so be it. Alright. I'm not going to tell you one way or the other what I think you should do, because I think that's your choice, and obviously you know him better than I do, and so I'm not trying to put any ideas in anybody's head. But let's just view the facts for what they are. He's got a hard time properly communicating his feelings, and clearly he has some stuff that he needs to work through. And so if he's willing to learn how to do that in a healthy way, so that you guys can come to a better understanding of one another, then that's good. But he has some changes that he needs to make, and he has to open up a little bit. He has to embrace those vulnerabilities, and he has to stop projecting his own insecurities onto you. And so this is fixable. But both of you need to want to do what you need to do to fix it. So I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, sometimes in relationships, you need that time apart and you need that space to grow. Because it just sounds like there's just some toxic behaviors here. And if he's not willing to identify that and also identify the way that he's actually contributing to that as well, then it's hard to see how it's going to improve if he's not willing to be more accountable. So I would just take some time to think about it. It sounds like you're willing to do the work, which is good. It sounds like, you know, you're an emotionally mature and understanding person. But he has to be willing to do the work that he needs to do too. And there doesn't need to be an argument in order to discuss how you feel, because arguments aren't productive. They aren't productive ways of having conversations. And so I don't know, I would just make it clear that, you know, it's okay for you to have expectations within this relationship. And just think about it, you know, how much more work am I willing to put in, and how much time am I willing to give him to do the work that he needs to do. So I hope you're able to figure something out. I hope you're able to find some more peace, because chaos just isn't it. Chaos is stressful, and chaos creates anxiety. Sometimes if a relationship isn't working, it's like we want to be able to fix a relationship when it isn't working, right? Like we want to be able to fix it, because there's a part of us that might feel like, if I can't make this relationship work, I'm not going to be able to make any relationship work. But it sounds like, you know, you're willing to do what you need to do to make it work, but he not so much. And so hopefully he's able to realize that. Sometimes the best thing to do is just, you know, wish the other person well and hope they find happiness. Hope they're able to figure it out. Some problems aren't yours to fix. This is gonna sound dumb. No such thing. No such thing as a dumb question. This is gonna sound dumb, I think, but here's the dealio, dude. I'm really shy and submissive, and it's super hard to navigate through this world where you're supposed to be tough and loud to survive in a workplace. I'm just a tiny scared girl looking for a big strong boy. Why tiny scared girl have to look for work? Too scary for anxious submissive girl. Monkey-faced covering eyes emoji. And the way this is not ironic, I mean it. I'm not taught enough, I'm too soft. Help! And by the way, you're cool. You need to embrace your own power, alright? You need to embrace your own potential. Being with somebody big and strong is what a lot of people do to feel better about their own perceived weaknesses. But what you want to find is somebody who helps you to feel strong yourself. Somebody who wants to see you become stronger so that you can support one another. You know what this makes me think of? The way that you were phrasing this, the way that it makes me think is, remember the extinction of the dinosaurs? When the world went into an ice age and all the dinosaurs died out, but somebody survived. And it wasn't a big, strong dinosaur. It wasn't a giant animal. It was the little tiny ones. The little tiny ones. The small little mammals were the ones that survived. And it was through their strength and their resilience that they were able to continue surviving and reproducing and evolving until, next thing you know, you got us. Let me show you something. I have a mouse right here. I have a little mouse right here. Just to remind me of the strength that exists in all living things. I've got a tattoo. It's got a giant worm on it, and it's got a mouse. You know, two the complete opposite ends. One is massive and strong and can shape the world, and another can survive even in the harshest of environments because it's got its own form of strength and its own form of resilience. I think what might be helpful, if I'm being honest, stepping outside of your comfort zone and maybe doing something like kickboxing or, you know, some type of thing where you can actually just start to, like, you know, feel a little bit more strong, a little bit more capable. Because if you want to feel stronger, you're going to have to step outside of that comfort zone. You're tougher than you know, alright? You're resilient and you're strong, and I think you just need to embrace that and celebrate what it is that makes you strong. Because strength comes in a variety of different forms. Strength isn't just how much you can lift. You know what I would do? You know what I would have you do? You know what I would have you do if we were standing in the same room? I would tell you, let me hear your battle cry. Let me hear your battle cry. Also, there's nothing wrong with twinks, okay? Like, people can be annoying in any shape or size. Annoying people come in all shapes and sizes, big and small. I think what also might be helpful is just learning how to appreciate what it is that makes you strong. You know, maybe you might not be so strong physically, but you might be strong emotionally, you might be strong mentally. Strength comes in many different shapes and forms. You know, maybe you're very resourceful, which is a strength. You know, maybe you're crafty, that's a strength. I gotta keep rolling. I got questions. Do you have any tips for people struggling with grief? Yeah, I do. I lost my mom unexpectedly at the end of April, and I feel like I'm going backwards in the process. I'm sorry for your loss. Losing a parent is always hard. It's hard if the relationship with the parent was good. It's also hard if the relationship with the parent wasn't good. You know, losing your parent is a special kind of hurt. It's a special kind of pain. And so my heart goes out to you. My biggest tip is you've got to feel it to heal it. If you need to feel sad, allow yourself to feel sad. Don't invalidate your own feelings. Don't invalidate your own grieving. Everyone grieves in their own way. Grief is not a linear process. The fact that you're still hurting, it just says to me that you really did have a lot of love for this person, and you're still recovering from it, and that's okay. Let me tell you a little bit about grief. Grief counseling was one of the things that they didn't teach us about in school. They didn't really prepare us for how to help someone who is going through grief. And I had to do a lot of learning on the job and how to help people with it. Because the first few people that I actually was assigned as a therapy client were people who were struggling with grief. People who had lost their parents and were having a hard time recovering from that. And so I had to learn. But we figured it out. What is important is allow yourself to feel your feelings. Don't invalidate them. Don't feel like, oh, I shouldn't be sad. Oh, I should be over this already. Why am I not over this already? It's like, that's not helping you. That's part of what keeps you stuck. What I found to be helpful with people when it comes to processing grief is to talk about them talk about their loved one, talk about the person that they lost. What were some of the things that you really liked about them? What are some of the things that brought you joy? What are some of your fond memories about this person? What is it that you miss about them? And talk about it. Just let it out. Another thing that I found to be helpful is to consider this. How long would the person that you've lost want you to be sad about their passing? You know, I think about it from my perspective. If I were to pass away, how long would I want people to be sad about it? I wouldn't want them to be sad forever. I'd want them to continue living. Life is for the living. What may help you to move on and to process this, you know, you're always going to miss her. You're always going to love her, you know, and nobody's going to be able to replace her. And you wouldn't want anybody to. But as long as you're able to hold on to those cherished memories, you will heal. And you'll be all right. So maybe doing something to commemorate. her memory. What some people have found helpful is to maybe, make a shrine in your home, maybe a nice framed picture, maybe putting up, a decoration that they had, something that can just remind you of them and to keep their memory alive within you. And then just give yourself the time that you need to heal. It's still fresh. This was in, you said it was the end of April, so that's no time at all. That's no time at all. That's practically yesterday. So there's no need to be so hard on yourself. Whenever I miss my great-grandmother, I cook her favorite meal. I think that's beautiful. Whenever I miss my grandparents, I call out to them in my mind. I reach out to them. And I try to feel their presence. Do you see this? Do you see that I am tearing up right now? I have finally cracked. You've finally done it. You've finally done it. He's human after all. Men don't cry. Yes, we do. We invented crying. Men had to teach women how to cry. We invented it. So yeah, that's what I do. Whenever I feel myself missing a person that I've lost, I just open up my heart and try to feel that love that they made me feel. I'm of the belief that we don't actually go anywhere. And the people that we've lost are still with us. That's what I believe. It's not goodbye forever, it's just see you later. You brought tears to my eye, and I'm afraid that's illegal. I'm afraid that's illegal. There was just a time in my life where I was just really having a hard time and I just really needed to feel that love from people that I had lost, and so I just reached out for it. And I found it. I felt it. It was like they were still there. And it got me through. You'll get through too. So if you need to be sad, be sad. If you need to cry, cry. If you want to laugh, laugh. Feel it and heal it. The stream ending anytime soon. I'm probably gonna go for another hour and a half. I'll probably go for about 5 hours. We're at about 3.5 hours right now. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling after all these questions. Although this question was an hour ago. All right, I need to catch up. I've got a backlog. Thank you. Thank you. You are most welcome. You know, one of the jobs I had was I worked at a restaurant, and the owner he was originally from Palestine, and that's what he would always say. He wouldn't say you're welcome. He would say you're most welcome. You're most welcome, my friend. Love that. Yeah, I actually, you know, whenever I worked there, like he had also hired, you know, some other Palestinians, and they also worked at the restaurant, and like I became sympathetic to the Palestinian struggle relatively early compared to a lot of Americans. Like a lot of Americans just like didn't really understand. So, I'm really grateful for that opportunity. Also, don't forget, free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. The VO Free Palestine emote. That's so cute. I love it. Do I have any emote slots available? I need to look. I think I only have one emote slot available. Yeah, I have one emote slot available, and it's a static emote. So if you have any ideas on what I could make a new emote, let me know. Because my brain doesn't work. Sabby says, my whole, any other suggestions? Any other suggestions? A Ned emote. Stupid sexy Flanders. Now we're cooking. I made a Marge emote for Casey yesterday. Not to brag or anything, but I'm getting pretty good at making GIF emotes. Skeenerbug not subbed. Somebody lace my boy up. Skeenerbug's been here for a long time. Skeenerbug was supporting my channel and supporting my content whenever I had 10 viewers. Skeenerbug's an OG. Skeenerbug, you want a sword? feel like if there's anyone here who earned it, it's you. If you want it, it's yours. No pressure. Alright, I got some questions to get through. I gotta get to it. I like my VIP. See, there you go. I respect that. You know, if the... Sabby, thank you. You're so sweet. You're so kind. You're a beautiful soul. Thank you. You're all so wonderful. I feel blessed to have such a fantastic community, if I'm being honest. Have you found a more chill and accepting and beautiful community as this one? Have you? Have you? I haven't. So thank you. Thank you all. You're all so wonderful. Thank you. You make it a pleasure to show up here every day and do what I do. Okay. So I'm constantly imagine being in a relationship, being with someone, hugging someone lovingly and kissing them. It's not one specific person. It's me imagining and yearning for love. I'm so occupied with this thought. I need love. I need someone. I need romantic love. Deep, deep, deep love. I see so many couples around me. I see their love. I want it, but part of me feels like I'm never getting it. It's all I think about, all the time. I think about marriage. I think about me knowing someone inside and out and them loving me back. It makes me sad. It makes me depressed. It makes me frustrated. Can I ever be loved and love? Yes. 100%, absolutely, without a doubt, yes. Do I yearn for it because it's biology, or was I fed too much of this concept from a young age? No, you need it because love is one of our needs. We need it like we need air. We need it like we need water. Love is essential to our survival. We wouldn't be where we are without it. We wouldn't be able to do what we do and make it through the hard things that we make it through without it. And that's why you feel like you need it so bad, is because it's true. Just like if you were in a room without air, you would feel like, oh my god, I need to breathe, I need oxygen so bad. It's the same thing. I've always wanted love. How do I stop thinking about it? Don't. Don't stop thinking about it. Thinking about love isn't a bad thing. I would say thinking about love is a good thing. The more time you think about love, just imagine all the other things you could be thinking about. Love's not a bad choice. Not a bad choice of something to think about at all. I want to love someone so bad and it gives me negative emotions that I lack it. Why not me? When is it my turn? Maybe what we need to work on is finding that love within us first. If you have a lot of love for yourself, people will gravitate towards that. People will be attracted to that. Because that is actually something that a lot of people have a difficult time doing. They have a hard time finding love within them, and so they find love outside of them in order to feel it. You want to find somebody who accentuates and enhances that love that you have for yourself. You want to be with somebody who helps you to love yourself even more. Somebody who adds to it. But we can only know love outside of us as much as we know love within us. Chat, repeat after me. I love myself. I love me. For some of you, this might be a challenge, which is why it's essential that you do it. If you have a hard time feeling love for yourself, just ask your heart what it thinks about you. That little dude's in there pumping away 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, because it loves you. Is there a presentation today? I don't think I'll be doing a presentation today. I've just been going through some questions today. And I've still got a few more to do, so I don't know if I'll have time for presentation. We'll see. It kind of depends on how much time these next few questions take. If loving yourself feels silly or feels stupid or feels impossible, please ask yourself why that is. Hope everyone's hanging in there. Me too. Also, I want you to identify and recognize the difference between liking yourself and loving yourself. Because they're not the same thing. A lot of us might have a hard time liking ourselves, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't love ourselves. Because loving yourself means that I recognize that I don't like myself right now, but I want to do something about it. But I want to change that because I love myself. I love myself enough to do what I need to do and ask myself the hard questions so that I can like myself more, so I can be more proud of who I am. But can you forgive yourself? Absolutely. Hello, hi, bye, neighbors, Ty 1. I'm gonna go with B. I'm gonna go with B. And then I would just lay in bed all day. Or I would just get in a wheelchair or ride a scooter around. Is walking on your hands considering taking steps? Yeah, I could also crawl, right? I could crawl. That's true. I feel like that's an easy choice. All right, questioner, don't forget this. Love is real. Love is real. Love is real. But you gotta love yourself. If you don't love yourself, how in the hell are you gonna love anybody else? Can I get an amen? I drank too much last night and blacked out at some point. Nothing bad came of it. I apparently ate and then went to bed. I didn't wake up with a hangover, so I think I just had a little too much to drink on a relatively empty stomach. Granted, I don't want to repeat this because I feel like I lost an hour or so of consciousness. I think I'm going to take a break from drinking. I think that's a good idea. And I'm not saying that you have a problem or anything. I'm just saying like I feel like I'm just not the biggest fan of drinking in general. You know what I mean? I'm just not the biggest fan of drinking in general. Because it's... I don't know. I can't drink very much at all without feeling like crap the next day. Like, I'm just, like, too wired to, like, be hungover the next day. I don't know how I did it in college. We had company over too, so I hope I didn't make a fool of myself. I know I was drinking more to handle the social anxiety of the situation. I need a healthier relationship with alcohol, or maybe no relationship at all. I'm a binge drinker who can't stop drinking once I've started. I can go days without drinking, but when I start again, I always do too much. It's hard because there are temptations everywhere at my house, and it doesn't help that my brother and dad both work at a liquor store. That definitely makes things more complicated. And my brother is an alcoholic and drinks too much every day. Ah. There is a little bit of a genetic component with alcoholism. So that's something to be mindful of. Alcoholism doesn't normally start off as full-blown alcoholism. Alcoholism typically starts off as, oh, I drank too much last night. So what are we doing tonight? You want to have a drink? Or it starts off with drinking too much or having a hard time stopping once you've started. And so you're at a good place right now to actually start to curb those behaviors before they get out of control. Do I make popcorn now? It's like 12:51 a.m. If you think you can do it quietly, if you're not worried about waking anybody else up, go for it. How do I even stop with the constant reminders, plus living with an alcoholic? How do I stop using alcohol to cope with my issues? How do I become stronger than the eventual cravings? These are good questions, and I feel like it's not a clear, simple answer when it comes to these things, because these are the types of things where it's like, it's gonna catch you off guard from time to time. Like, there'll be a friend who's visiting from out of town, or it'll be a holiday, or there's gonna be, a party going on and other people are gonna be doing it, and there's gonna be external pressures that you can't really prepare for or plan for until you're actually in that situation. And so, I'm going to give you some simple, straightforward advice that hopefully you will be able to incorporate that will start to have some more profound effects. The key here is mindfulness. So I have a can of, this is lemonade, but I'm going to pretend it's a drink. So let's pretend I'm having a drink, and I just cracked this open. It's my first drink of the night. Before I even take a sip, I need to practice my mindfulness. I need to ask myself, why am I about to do this? Why am I about to drink this? It's like, well, if I have a drink, I'll loosen up a little bit and it'll be easier for me to socialize. Okay. But you continue to ask yourself these questions. You keep practicing that mindfulness. You reinsert curiosity into the routine. How many drinks do I need to be at a comfortable level? What does the can feel like in your hand, or the glass, or the bottle, or whatever it is? What does it feel like to hold it? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? Take a small sip and just taste it. What does it feel like in your mouth? You're reinserting curiosity into the routine, and this is how you allow your mindfulness to operate. And so, let's say I finish the drink, I finish the can. That's one drink down. How do I feel? Do I feel pretty good? Am I okay with how I feel right now? If I'm okay with how I feel right now, do I need another one? Will having another one make me feel better? It's just by asking yourself those questions in the moment that you're actually able to start changing your behaviors. Because when we're when we're thinking about the future, we're thinking about, what am I going to do tonight? It's Friday. Like, what am I going to do later? It's like, we can't really do so much to prepare for it. But what we have to do is really practice being mindful when we're in that moment. You're stronger than the substance. You are stronger than the substance. That works for ED too. Exactly. Like, it's a really helpful strategy for changing self-destructive or harmful behaviors. Just putting yourself back in there. Asking yourself, why am I doing this while I'm doing it? Rather than doing it and then looking back at it and saying, why did I do that? Because that's what we normally do. We look back and say, why did I drink so much last night? Also, what could be helpful is alternating your beverages. If you want a little bit more of like an actionable tip, like something that's more like physical and tangible, like if you have a drink, alternate. Don't have 2 alcoholic drinks in a row. Drink a glass of water. This will help it'll fill you up more. And so you'll be likely to drink less. So don't follow an alcoholic drink with another alcoholic drink. Alternate. Now, if you're going to have 2 alcoholic drinks, you're also going to have 2 glasses of water. I could probably count on one hand the number of times I drink in a year. I'm not against the idea of it, and I feel like alcohol is something that a lot of people rely on to be more sociable. You know why it does that? Do you know why alcohol loosens you up and makes you more social? It's science time. You know that part of your brain that produces anxiety, the cerebellum? There's a reason why alcohol makes you feel more relaxed, and it's because it reduces the blood flow in your brain. Your brain is literally just not getting enough blood because alcohol is a vasoconstrictor, which means it restricts your blood flow. It makes your veins get more narrow, and so you don't get as much blood. And so the parts of your brain that operate, in your balance, your coordination, your reflexes, it's getting less blood. You are less inhibited. That's terrifying. Well, that's what it does to you. That's also why it makes you feel warmer. Like when people are cold and they're like, "Oh yeah, here, have a drink. It'll warm you up." It doesn't actually warm you up. It actually makes you colder, but it makes you feel the coldness to a lesser degree. It actually lowers your body temperature. If you want to look at it this way, whenever you drink alcohol, you're basically giving yourself a miniature lobotomy, a chemical lobotomy. Doesn't sound so fun when you think of it that way. Or it could sound kind of fun. What? You think about it this way. It restricts the blood flow to your brain, right? So it limits all of your brain's functioning, which is what a lobotomy does, except a lobotomy is permanent. This is basically just a chemical version of that. A temporary dumbing down of your brain. This is why people who are drunk are more reckless. They have a harder time, thinking clearly, controlling their emotions. I'm not entirely anti-alcohol, but as far as drugs go, alcohol's kind of lame. In the sense that alcohol is actually a really weak drug compared to other drugs. In order to produce the desired effect, you have to consume a lot of it. Versus other drugs, you don't need to take as much to produce the desired effect, which is why alcohol has so many other effects on your body, because you have to consume so much of it. How does cannabis differ in terms of affecting the brain? Well, it doesn't restrict your blood flow. Cannabis is psychoactive, and so it acts in the brain kind of in a similar way to psychedelics. It changes the way that you think. It redirects your brain activity. If you really want to get into the science of it. Basically, whenever you consume cannabis, it activates the cannabinoid receptors in your brain, which will change the release of other neurotransmitters in your brain. Just to really simplify it. And And so it works in your brain by changing the chemistry of your brain. Hey, it's the cleft. The synaptic cleft. The synaptic cleft. This is one of my favorite things about the human body. Because when you think about it, it's just kind of silly. But if you don't know what the synaptic cleft is, your brain has all of these neurons, right? It has all these brain cells, and they're all connected with each other, and they all communicate with one another, and they form this massive web, but they don't actually touch. They don't actually touch one another. There is a small little gap in between all of your brain cells called the synaptic cleft. And so when one brain cell wants to communicate with the other brain cell, it shoots out a bunch of chemicals at it. And the other brain cell catches as many as it can. And the ones that don't get caught get recycled and reused. The recycling process of neurotransmitters is known as reuptake. Have you heard of SSRIs? Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. What SSRIs do is they inhibit the amount of serotonin reuptake, so it takes longer for your brain cells to reuptake and recycle the serotonin that they shoot at the adjacent brain cell. And it gives that other brain cell more time to catch it, since it just spends more time floating around within the synaptic cleft. Kinda cool, huh? Show the people what caffeine does to the cleft and its chemical reserves. Oh shit. It blocks your receptors. It blocks your receptors. This is one of the things. Okay, so when we think about how our brain cells communicate, and you have all of these receptors, and that's what catches the chemicals that the other cell shoots at it. It's like a lock and a key. Some substances fit that same lock, right? They're similar shape, and so they fit in that same spot. That's how psychedelics work, for example. They fit into one of your serotonin receptor sites. And so caffeine blocks your receptor sites for adenosine, which is one of your neurotransmitters. What does adenosine do? Let's look. It promotes sleep drive. So this is how caffeine works. It doesn't actually give you energy. It just blocks the chemical that makes you feel sleepy. It inhibits your ability to feel tired. That's how caffeine works. It doesn't give you energy. It just makes you not feel the tired. So does your brain begin to produce less adenosine since it is being blocked? Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Now we're thinking. I would say it depends on the amount. It depends on the amount, because certain substances do affect your brain's ability to produce things. Like, think methamphetamine.
What methamphetamine does is it triggers a dopamine dump. Dopamine is another neurotransmitter. And so if you have a long-term use of amphetamines, your brain stops producing as much dopamine because you're basically giving your brain synthetic dopamine through the amphetamines. And so people with like long-term amphetamine addictions, they stop getting high when they take amphetamines. They need to take amphetamines just so that they can feel normal. This is also why I recommend that people are very mindful of taking things like melatonin. Because if you take too much melatonin over a long period of time, your brain will stop producing its own melatonin and it relies on the external melatonin that you take through supplements. Anyway, thank you for coming to Science Talk. Questioner, we're here to support you, so, let us know if there's anything we can do to help. But you got this. Just remember, mindfulness is going to be your best friend as it comes to changing your relationship with alcohol. So, with everything going around me and with the world, I noticed how much it influenced me in a bad way. I'm now a bitter person. I'm always upset and always angry, and everything bothers me. Sometimes it's justified and sometimes it isn't. I've noticed I've become a hateful person, jealous too, and I've never been this way at all. Everyone used to compliment me on how calm and collected I used to be. But as much as I tried to return to that state, I no longer can. I'm also very depressed. I don't do anything. I don't even leave my bed. I don't shower. I even stopped doing the things I like all of a sudden, and I can't pull myself out of it. Thank you for being here for us, Papa. You are welcome. Thank you for being here, by the way. All right. Depression. Depression is not your friend. Depression will try to make you think it's your friend. Depression will say, you know what, staying in bed's a good idea. The world's a scary place, everything's terrible. You need to start pushing back against that depression. You can't let it whisper in your ear. You can't let it lie and deceive you. Because here's the thing. You are more capable than you realize. It is depression that is deceiving you into thinking that you cannot do those things. And so if you're trying to get up out of bed, if you're trying to take a shower, don't worry about the whole thing. Worry about that first step. Just worry about sitting up first. And then put one foot out of bed. Celebrate each little victory as you step all the way to the shower, one step at a time. Every little step is you sending a little fuck you to your depression. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to tell your depression, hey, fuck off, I don't need you. You just gotta keep climbing. Then you'll get out of it. But it's essential that you remember this. You can get better. Your brain can change. You can do something about your depression. It doesn't need to be there forever. But it has a way of deluding us. Depression creates delusions within our mind. I'm gonna use this example again because honestly, I love it, and also I just love the Lord of the Rings. Have you seen the Lord of the Rings? If you haven't seen the Lord of the Rings, this example might not make much sense, but this is what depression is like. Depression is like this guy here on the left. If you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, what we're looking at here is we are looking at the guy on the right here. He is the king. He is King Theoden of Rohan. And he was once a proud and strong and noble warrior, but he has this advisor. Grima Wormtongue, who whispers all of these things in his ear. And he's secretly sapping his strength and making him weak. And it isn't until King Theoden is able to rediscover himself and kick Grima out that he's really able to find himself again. I'm not sure if J.R.R. Tolkien was doing this analogy on purpose as an analogy for depression, but it really does fit. Because this really is kind of what it is like. You just become sort of a shell of yourself, and you have this voice whispering in your ear saying, "You are weak, my lord. You must rest." Gather your strength. Now is not the time to act. That would be unwise. It is dangerous out there. We must stay here where it is safe. But it isn't until he gets his sword back that he finds himself again. So sometimes in life you just gotta pick your sword back up and say, you know what? I'm ready to get back in the fight. I'm not done fighting. And tell depression to get the fuck out of here. I don't need you anymore. But no, this is what he looks like after he gets his sword back. He becomes his old self again. He goes from being this brittle old husk into being a proud and noble king again. So anyway, that's the analogy that I really resonate with when it comes to the relationship that we have with depression. Because depression likes to sit there next to us and whisper things in our ear. Just stay in bed. Just wait another day longer. You are weak, my king. You need to gather your strength. When it comes to beating back depression, there's going to be a lot of proving yourself wrong. Because depression likes to convince us that we can't do anything about it. Depression is also one of those things that likes to convince us that we don't actually have it. If you ever find yourself asking yourself, could I be depressed? Am I depressed? Surely I couldn't be depressed. If you ever find yourself trying to convince yourself that you aren't depressed, that's actually a pretty good sign that you are depressed. Because people who aren't depressed don't spend time and energy convincing themselves that they aren't depressed. They don't really think about depression. So I believe in you, questioner. I believe that you can get better. I believe that what you need to focus on right now is not the world around you. Focus on the world within you. If you're going to do anything about the world around you, we need you at your best. So I'm going to give you your sword back so that we can get back in the fight. Don't worry about doing everything you need to do. Just worry about taking that next step. Every step you take is you proving your depression wrong. Some days will be harder than others. Some days will be easier than others. But before too long, you will feel like you found your old self again. They haven't gone anywhere. You just need to reconnect with them. They're still there. Right here. We're here to cheer you on, but we can't take any of those steps for you. Those steps are yours alone to take. We can light the way, and we can cheer you on and celebrate your success. But you're the one who has to take those strengths, and you're the only one who can. But you have the strength to do that. We believe in you. So believe in yourself. Hello, Scout. That was quite a noise. The next time we do a movie night in the Discord, I think we're gonna have to watch The Lord of the Rings. I need a president for movie night. I need somebody who would be willing to volunteer to help facilitate the Discord movie night. So if that's something you feel like you'd be interested in doing, let me know. I just get busy. I got a lot of stuff to do, and so I need a little bit of help doing some of these like community events and stuff. So if it's something to be interested in, let me know. What I need to get some Discord moderators so we can do more community events like game night and movie night and stuff. My toxic trait is that I try to do everything myself because it makes me feel strong and capable. Asking for help has always been one of my challenges. Do you know of any effective MSBP/FDIA support groups or lobbies? Not off the top of my head, but I'd be willing to do some searching. MSBP, Munchausen Syndrome by Proxy. Or FDIA, Factitious Disorder Imposed on Another. Two terms for the same thing. Think Gypsy Rose. It's the Gypsy Rose thing. Can I say it slower? Munchausen's Syndrome by Proxy, also known as factitious disorder imposed on another. Meaning, in simplified terms, this is often a parent or caregiver who will make their child feel as if they have an illness, sometimes going to the lengths of actually doing things to make them sick.
Did anybody watch that documentary on Casey's stream where there was that mom who was making her kids, like, sniff alcohol, like rubbing alcohol to make them sick? That was another example of this disorder. P.S. Have you listened to the song I sent you yet? I'll try to do it today. I haven't yet, I'll be completely honest. I've just, with the stream marathon, I've been a little bit stressed for time. Every documentary about MSBP angers you. It sensationalizes the abuse and polarizes the audience, IMO. Right? Like, when I think about Gypsy Rose and all the stuff that she went through, I'm just like, this girl needs a lot of, like, therapy. Because that's a really, like, devastating thing to go through. And people get more caught up on just the act itself rather than like, okay, how do we recover from this? How do we heal from this? Do they give therapy in prison? Sabi, I have a question for you. Who is the largest provider of mental health care in the United States? What organization provides more mental health care than any other organization in the entire United States? How the fuck would I know? Just look at your last sentence. Just look at your last sentence. The United States prison system is the largest provider of mental health care in the United States. Now, I don't know how much actual therapy they do. A lot of it's probably just medication management. Yeah, pure psychiatry. Which, pure psychiatry grosses me out. I'm being honest, like, pure psychiatry grosses me out. Because, like, pure psychiatry is how people end up being prescribed, like, 5, 6 medications. It's like, okay, so you're feeling depressed? Okay, here's a medication for that. Oh, the medication's having a side effect? Okay, here's another medication that can help with this other effect that you're having. And then it just pile more on, just take more pills. It's kind of messed up. Like, therapy works, it takes time and it takes work, and people would rather try to take shortcuts. Don't forget to get up and do 5 squats, a 60-second stretch, and listen to the song I shared with you in your Discord. I will. I will. Just for you. Let's look. Let's do some internet searching, and let's see if there are any good support groups for MSBP. Munchausensupport.com. The thing about it is I want to say that it's relatively rare, but the thing about it is that it's also hard to spot. Sometimes it's really difficult to actually, like, identify that this is what's going on. Because think about what happened with Gypsy Rose. Like, Gypsy Rose saw a bunch of different doctors, and
barely any of them actually even raised the idea that this could be Munchausen syndrome. That it could just be the mother making it up. Who is Gypsy Rose? That's a whole story. That's a whole story. Gypsy Rose was an only child of a single mother. She did have a father, but they were divorced and he lived somewhere else, so he wasn't really involved. But her mother would take Gypsy to doctors and would basically lie and say, oh, she's got this wrong with her. And so she had all sorts of procedures done, all sorts of medications, all sorts of treatments. She was like a Make-A-Wish child, which was basically like saying, oh, she's terminally ill. And then whenever the doctors would like start to wise up to what's going on, she would just go to a different doctor. Her mom was very manipulative, very controlling. So it was a Munchausen case? Yes. A very, like, profound case of it, too. Like, but anyway, what ended up happening is when Gypsy was a teenager, she met a boy on a Christian dating website. And had him murder her mother. And so she went to prison. And she got out recently. And now she has a reality TV show. In my opinion, MSBP is only difficult to spot in certain edge case scenarios. Well, no, you're right. You're right. When I say it's difficult to spot, what I was trying to say is a lot of the parents that do this can be very manipulative. They can be very good at lying and controlling the narrative and keeping it up. Some people do it, but they aren't that good at it. They aren't very manipulative, and so it is easier to spot. But in some cases, it is very difficult to spot. Like, I see what you're saying. There's definitely a variety. You know, there are mild and severe. There are some parents who are much more manipulative than others. It's even harder to find proper support as a survivor, right? Because they would rather just like talk to you like you're like a cartoon character, like, wow, isn't that crazy what you went through? Like, tell me about it. Like, isn't it like they're treating you like you're an animal at the zoo? And they don't take the time to talk about like how you question your own sanity, how you build trusting relationships, you know, how your trust was violated by the person who's supposed to care for you. I think that possibly what, you know, if not like groups specifically catered to this type of support, I feel like other types of like domestic abuse support, you might also find that same, or at least a similar type of like understanding and support, because realistically, Munchausen's is a form of like abuse. It's like you are being abused. You are being parentally abused, so this is some of the most support I've had. Stop, you're flattering me. Honestly, it's not that hard for me to give you the support that I do, and so I feel like there are people out there who would understand and would support you, because Some mental health professionals suck. Some mental health professionals are just really bad at their jobs. And it sounds like that's what you had to deal with. Atticus, you need to go outside, buddy? Come here, let me pet you. Why do you cry, Atticus Wu? Why do you cry? I think that finding a support group for other survivors of family abuse might be helpful. Even though it's not specifically tied to what you went through, you know, there is still some overlap in regards to like how you can heal and recover from this. Because, you know, raised by narcissists is highly relatable. See, now you're cooking. Because a lot of parents who do engage in this type of abuse are narcissistic. But yeah, even in looking at it, like, you were talking about, like, finding support for it. And I'm not finding that much. Like, there's munchausensupport.com. A support group on Facebook. Very limited. Very limited. But if we look up, like, okay, let's look up narcissistic abuse support groups. There's way more. There are way more. So if you're having a hard time finding support groups that are catered specifically to MSBD, perhaps looking into being a victim of narcissistic abuse. There are a lot more resources out there for recovery from narcissistic abuse, and I would say that they do have a lot in common. So I would maybe consider looking into some of those. It's Pork Tree's question. Pork Tree, are you here? Pork Tree, are you here? Okay, good. Pork Tree, do you mind if I let Atticus out real quick? Because he's whining and I don't want him, like, crying the entire time I'm trying to answer your question. So, give me just a minute and let me go let him outside. Let's do some cat POV cams. Do we like the cat POV cams? I kind of want to get a cat POV camera for Beaver. 1 hour of kitten therapy? Okay. Here we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Atticus is just crying at me to go outside, so let me go take care of him real quick. I'm at the point where I'm trying to just raise awareness and seek professional support within the industry to catalyze positive change. You know, honestly, and I think with the recent popularization of cases like Gypsy and other people who have experienced this specific type of abuse, I feel like there will be more supports opening up as more people realize, hey, that's what happened to me. You know what I mean? Like, think about narcissistic abuse. It's like people haven't really been awakened to that, except for very recently. Like, this is within the last few years. So I think just continuing to talk about it, continuing to raise awareness, will encourage other people to feel more comfortable to speak up about it. So I'll be right back.
Oh my god, this is making me want to get another kitten. I don't need another cat. We got 3 cats already. I want another one. I don't need another cat. I don't need another cat. I have a mental health recommendation. I wonder if I'd like having a cat. Honestly, I feel like you would. You do kind of have, like, cat energy, if I'm being honest. The thing about cats is, like, cats can be, never mind. Oh. You want a baby? Ew. Gross. I'm so annoyed and I want to smoke weed so bad. You want to go for a scooter ride? I'm angry because Twitch permabanned Big Mike. They permabanned Big Mike? I feel like, you know, you're really hitting your groove. You're really in the groove of it. And I feel like these types of moments are gonna come up, and this is when you really have to test yourself. He'll unban somebody if Hassan or Will Nif asks him. Then our solution is we just need to get Hassan or Will Nif to ask to unban Big Mike. That's the answer. You are valid to feel angry, and this is a frustrating and unfair and unjust situation. But I don't think smoking weed will do anything to fix the situation. It'll just help you to not think about it. But it might make you think about it more. It might make you dwell on it. It might make you more anxious. You don't know. It might not be the solution that you're looking for.
These are those types of moments you experience in recovery, whether it be from weed, nicotine, alcohol. Like whenever I quit smoking, or whenever I quit vaping, there would be times where it's like, I had a really bad day. I just really need to smoke. And I would just, it's almost like I just used it as an excuse to give myself permission to relapse. But in reality, it just started my process all over again. It just made me have to, you know, I felt like I lost all that progress. And it ended up being more frustrating in the long run. When I need to take my mind off of things, I go for a scooter ride. What kind of scooter? I'll show you. It looks like this. Casey, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. I love you. It's time to grieve, Mike. I'm gonna go have a big greasy meal and I'm gonna take a big greasy shit in honor of Big Mike, because I think that's what he would have wanted. He would have wanted me to go take a big fat dump. Alright. Give me a minute. I've got a couple more questions in the box. And then I'll be wrapped up for the day. And then we can go do something and take your mind off it. You know, there's actually a question in the box about quitting smoking weed, so this is actually pretty good timing. But Pork Tree has been very patient and waiting, so we're gonna take his question real quick. Thank you for your patience, Pork Tree. We're ready. I do not apologize for the length of my question or its typos. Just let me know if I can help clarify anything. I also should have said that I felt generally like I was put on autopilot by her both times. For instance, she asked how I was. I mentioned my friend's suicide attempts this week, and she pauses 5 seconds and says with no affect or facial expression, "Oh, that sounds hard." We were talking about your therapist. Oh, it can be that way sometimes. All right, let me take a crack at it. So I've been in therapy for a few months and made some good progress in treating the effects of major depression and anxiety. First off, let's start off by giving you a round of applause. We're going to celebrate your progress, first and foremost. W. I wanted to now focus on issues that I've been having with focus and attention. I brought it up to my therapist. We did a little kind of baby screener, non-diagnostic for ADHD and other attention issues, and I checked the boxes, so he referred me to the NP at the location, the nurse practitioner, the one who can prescribe the medications. I met with this person. She asked me questions all around background stuff, history of mental illness, etc. before my internet died 40 minutes into an hour call. Our rapport wasn't great. She was a bit cold and despondent. You know, this tracks with my experience in, working in mental health with some of the NPs that I've seen. They are just kind of like similar to like psychiatrists, just very like not very therapeutic in their approach. Just very like, okay, what are you dealing with? Okay, this is the medication that treats that. Here you go. Either way, she didn't try to call me back or anything, despite the fact that you have to throw your number in for virtual calls to be called back in the event of a disconnect. And I had to call the office the next day to figure out what to do. Today was 2 weeks after the initial appointment to wrap up the last 20 minutes. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. The state of the American mental health care system sickens me. And after being 15 minutes late with no explanation or apology, she's just not that nice, but whatever, everyone has different affects. Well, no, we'll call it what it is. That's just rude. That's just rude. Like, I don't care if you're 30 seconds late or if you're 10 minutes late, you still apologize for being late if it's an appointment that you're supposed to be there for if you're a provider. You think this is bad? Just browse r/psychiatry. It will fill you with fear. Ooh, I know what I'm doing next week. Good idea. I was only still there because I thought if I left I'd be charged a no-show fee. I am disgusted by the state of the American mental health care system. I am absolutely disgusted. Like, do they pay you? Do they pay you if they don't show up? Do you get a no-show fee if your doctor doesn't show up? Because that shit happens and you don't get anything for it. And then you gotta wait 2 weeks to talk to them. This reminds me of some of the stuff that I was reading about, like, BetterHelp horror stories. People being charged, like, the weekly fee for BetterHelp, but not actually seeing anybody, and then their appointments being canceled, but they still get charged, and then they go, like, 3 weeks, and they've paid, like, hundreds of dollars, and they still haven't talked to anybody. For-profit mental health care is an abomination. I've talked about the focus and attention issues much more recently, but she's only interested in treating the depression, hoping the attention issues will subside as a result. There is some logic to that. Because sometimes focus and attention issues can be tied to things like depression or anxiety, so I get where she's coming from on that. I do understand that from that degree, but again, like, I'm not saying it was the right call, I'm just saying I can see where she's coming from. Because typically, like, it's really hard to, like, maintain focus or attention if you're, like, really depressed or if you're really anxious. Like, your thoughts are all over the place. I mentioned my aversion to SSRIs, which she took as aversion to treatment of depression generally. Stop. Somebody take me out back and beat me over the head with a shovel. Somebody take me outside and smash my brain in. She literally accused me of not wanting to treat the depression. By treating it with a medication that's at best gives you like a 50-60% chance of having a noticeable effect. See, this is one of the major problems with psychiatrist thinking. They view mental health as a pill problem. You treat it with medication. They view it as a illness in the same way that people look at cancer, at the same way that people look at, you know, other illnesses that you treat with medication. SSRIs kind of suck. SSRIs kind of suck. They don't do any. They basically make you numb to your sadness. They don't really do much to make your sadness go away. They just make you not care so much that it's there. Which, on one hand, it could be helpful because it could allow you to maybe do more things to, you know, make some positive changes in your life and work on it, but it's not gonna fix it. It's basically just like training wheels for your brain. It's like a set of crutches. I don't need to be less sad. I'm trying to get to the core and potentially feel more happy. I love that. I love it. Landed with the 10 gifted subs. Oh my. Oops, did I do that? Oops. Well, thank you so much, neighbor. Thankily dankly. Hell yeah, thank you so much. That's just kind of twisted. I'm sorry. You said that she started accusing you of not wanting to treat the depression because you weren't into SSRIs, and I am fucking gagged. Thanks for giving my heart some room to breathe. I've been over here feeling like David and Goliath and alone against these things. Hey, remember, David won. David won that fight. Don't forget it. Pork Tree, you gagged me. I'm fucking gagged. I'm gagged. I'm gagged. It's like, oh, you don't want to take this medication? Well, then you probably don't want to treat what's going on with you. It's like, no, I do. I just don't want this pill that's gonna, like, potentially cause a lot of side effects. Something that I'm gonna have to take for a month before I even feel anything, or I might not feel anything. It might not work for me. It might make me feel worse. It might make me suicidal. It might make me not have any sex drive. It might make me gain a bunch of weight. Just look at the side effects of SSRIs and tell me that those wouldn't make you depressed. The side effects of SSRIs are pretty depressing. You've tried 3. Do you mind me asking which ones? If you don't feel comfortable sharing that, that's fine, but I'm just curious because one of the side effects is making exercise difficult and uncomfortable, right? It's like... If I had to guess, you know, most of the time people, when they're first prescribed a antidepressant, they are given something like Prozac or Zoloft. Those are normally like one of the first ones they try, or something like maybe Wellbutrin, or maybe what's the other one? Why can't I remember its name? Lexapro? I mentioned my aversion to SSRIs, which she took as aversion to treatment of depression generally. It's like she went over your history. She should have known that you tried these medications before, and if she didn't, then she wasn't asking you the right questions. If she didn't know your history with these types of medications, then she wasn't asking you the right questions. I was pretty defensive to this. I said I very much wanted to treat depression, but I've been dealing with it for 20 years. The attention bit is much newer feeling, and the feeling therefore of how it affects me is much bigger. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's new, therefore it's more like you've been dealing with the depression for a long time, so it's like, okay, I'm familiar with it. I've developed ways to like cope with it. But this is a new issue, and it's, you know, it's causing me stress because I'm like, where is this coming from? What can I do about this? Anyway, long story short, she's referring me to a place that does TMS and ketamine treatment. I repeated back what she said to me to make sure I understood her, and if I have issues with her, I can always seek a second opinion. Kind of frustrating, but I want to set aside how I feel about her generally. What's your take on these treatments for both the depression and the attention stuff? Should I seek a second opinion? Is it reasonable to expect to find someone willing to target the attention issues specifically? What's TMS? Transcranial magnetic stimulation. They put a big fat magnet on your head, and they stimulate your basal ganglia. Let me show you. They put a big magnet on your head so that it can activate parts deep within your brain and increase the activity there. It's basically a much safer version of what they try to do with electroshock therapy, but without any of the risks. Because electroshock therapy, it's like, that's obviously got a lot of dangers. Typically, they only do this for people who have, like, very severe treatment-resistant depression, though. Like, this is the type of treatment that you do if, like... So, I don't know. I'm like... How depressed does she think you are? These seemed like big treatments. These are big treatments. Honestly, though, if we're being honest, I'm not against either of those forms of treatment. I'm not against either of those forms of treatment. But the thing that I'm not against even, like ketamine as a use for depression treatment. What I have more of an issue with is the way that they administer it. Because I've talked to people who have done it, and they basically just like do it in a hospital room, and then once you're done, they like just send you on your way. There isn't a lot of like discussion or like integration that you do afterwards to like process it. They just kind of do it and then say, all right, see you later, or have a good day, I guess. So I would say this. Look more into ketamine treatment, because this actually does have some good results for treating depression. Especially for people who have tried antidepressants that haven't worked. This guy says he lived with depression for 25 years and says that ketamine treatment saved his life. Have you ever done psychedelics before? Have you ever tried any psychoactive substances? Or would this theoretically be the first time? Because one of the things that people with depression often struggle with is opening up to love and opening up to joy. And what ketamine does is it kind of puts you in a position where you don't have any choice. You're gonna open up to it and you're gonna feel it. And that's why it produces a sort of sense of like euphoria within you. It kind of feels like reconnecting with a part of yourself that you might have felt like you lost. I've always heard so much emphasis about having a safe space to engage with them, and I don't easily feel safe. I wonder if they would let you bring a friend with you, or if they would make you do it on your own. But I would just say, do some research and give it some thought. You've got time to think about it. You got some time to think about it. So I would hope they did some therapy with it too, right? That's kind of one of the things that's important with doing psychedelic assisted therapy. My friend did group ketamine treatment for a few weeks. I can ask her more. Yeah, I would talk to her about it. I would talk to her about it. Because it does have good results. And it is actually quite safe, because one of the things that they will use ketamine for is like, let's say that you have an injury and you go to the hospital, but you can't answer any questions, you can't communicate, but they need to like give you anesthesia. But you might be allergic to the normal type of anesthesia, so they would use ketamine instead because it doesn't trigger the allergic reaction. Is the attention issue something I should seek a second opinion about, specifically targeting separated from the depression? That's a good question, because it's hard to say. Because, you've had some stuff happen recently in your life that might be contributing to it, so it's hard to say if this is something that you need to treat with medication, or if this is something that is a result from like life events. Have you been taking time to meditate? Getting a second opinion is never a bad option. I would still do that. I would still do that. I would still get a second opinion, because the person you saw kind of didn't really navigate the situation like you would hope. Focus issue. You've been going with it for a few months. Unfinished projects. Stove left on. School is rough. Well, I would say this. Me personally, I would see this as maybe... What did I ask before I went on that tangent? Have you been taking time to meditate? Just in addition to other things. I feel like that would also be helpful. It's not going to be like an immediately cure or something, but it couldn't hurt. I would say this. If you were to take something to help you focus, I wouldn't look at it as something that you're going to need to take forever. I would just look at it as something that can help you get through this time that you are in right now. You know, if you're having a really hard time focusing and paying attention, then, you know, taking something to help you with that for the time being, probably not that bad of a choice. It would probably be quite helpful. But I wouldn't treat it as something that you're going to need for the rest of your life. I would just look at it as, you know, a lot of the things that you're going through might be circumstantial and, you know, you're in the process of working through them. And so things might be different in a few months, you know. But for the time being, if you feel like it'll help you, go for it. I'm typically not for like, and this is coming from somebody who was, you know, prescribed Adderall at one point in time. Like, I believe that it can be helpful, but it shouldn't be something that you become dependent on. If you feel like you're really caught in a fog, it can help to clear the fog. But once you're out of it, just consider, you know, I don't need this anymore. You appreciate it? I appreciate you. If you do end up going down the ketamine route, I would love to hear how it goes. I'm actually kind of excited for you. It's something that I've been interested in myself. It's something that I would do, but it's kind of pricey to do if you just like do it out of pocket without like insurance or something. It's like $500-$600. They even do it at home now. There are even programs that do it at home. Let me show you this. This might blow your mind if you haven't heard of this. Mind Bloom. Psychedelic assisted therapy in the comfort of your own home. So if you don't want to go and do it in a doctor's office, you might be able to do it at home. It's the #1 provider of at-home psychedelic therapy. You didn't mean for that to rhyme? Well, it did rhyme, and that was badass, so... a lot of positive results, a lot of positive testimonials from stuff like this. I don't know anybody who's tried it themselves. But I would just say that this would probably be more comfortable than like doing it in some like random doctor's office, like at a strip mall somewhere. Like being able to do it in the comfort of your own home would probably make a huge difference. There's a ketamine clinic across the street from my neighborhood. Should I go and come back real quick? It might not be real quick. Like, I think it might last a little while. How do they do it? I'm curious. They have like all these different tabs. What is this? How does this work? Because a lot of the places where you go and you get it administered, they either do it like through a nasal spray or they even will do it like intravenously. Like they'll hook you up to an IV. Like, what's in the box? It says the effects last for about 1 hour. Has anyone here ever tried ketamine? I did try a little bit one time. I'll be honest, I did, okay? I can be a little bit of a bad boy. I did try it one time. And it does make you feel pretty, you know, pretty good. Makes you feel pretty euphoric. I didn't do like a huge amount or anything. I was at a party and I tried a little bit. So sue me. The way that ketamine works is that it kind of like turns off a lot of your brain because it's basically an anesthetic, right? And it turns off a lot of your brain except for a certain part of your brain that is still online and active, and that part of your brain just feels like it's swimming in an ocean of love. Consider how that might be beneficial to your mental health. To just feel like you are open to joy and love for the first time in a long time. I wonder how much this costs. Check out the FAQ. Account and billing? How much does Mindbloom cost? New clients. 6-session introductory program costs $196 per session. So it would be $196 times 6, so it would be almost $1,200. It's kind of high. $128. No, it's $196. It's $196 times 6. MDMA was used in therapy for that reason too. I'm not sure what the differences are in treatment usage. The difference is what the MA in MDMA stands for. Somebody here knows. Somebody here knows what the MA in MDMA stands for. Somebody here knows. Somebody here remembers. Don't make me tell you. There you go. All right. Good job, Skeenerbug. The MA in MDMA stands for methamphetamine. What MDMA is it is a psychoactive compound that is attached to an amphetamine. And so you get those feelings of like bliss and euphoria, but you also get like the energizing, invigorating effect of an amphetamine. They've been testing it with like people with PTSD and different things like that, and it has some good results. I'm a proponent of psychedelic assisted therapies. I believe that if done correctly and responsibly, they can really change a person's life. Meditation and proper self-care can learn to induce those feelings naturally, and there are no downsides. I agree. It can take a while to get there, though. And the way that I see it is when you do those types of treatments, it's giving you a glimpse into your future. You are taking a look at how my brain can act if I continue to go in this direction. It's basically like a sneak peek at the new way that your brain can operate. All right, this is the most recent question. This is the last question for today, I think. Hopefully we're still here, questioner. Hopefully we're still here. My apologies, that took me a little while to get here. But we're here now. Thanks to streams, I've been logging whenever I smoke weed, noting the time, how I'm feeling, what I just finished doing, and what I'm about to do. I definitely have been cutting back, even though I don't really know how many times I typically take a hit in a day. I've found reflecting in the moment in my journal and a quick mental conversation with myself is helping. I try not to be mean to myself, but I just feel stuck. I'm still waiting for the day I can feel sober, but I know that'll take around a month of not smoking, which is so many steps ahead. I want to buy a car and get a job, but it's hard when I have anxiety about how I'm high all the time. I feel like I've procrastinated getting rid of this habit, and that my timeline is getting into the real world after college is closing in. Alrighty. Hey, you're trying not to be mean to yourself, right? There's no sense in beating yourself up for not getting rid of the habit sooner or for procrastinating. The only time to act is now. You can't go back and change those things. This feeling of like, okay, because you're actually really insightful and you've been making some good progress and you've been so mindful, and this is just really awesome. But now you're getting to that point where you feel like you're starting to get stuck. These are those moments where you're almost ready to, you feel like you're about ready to level up. You have all the pieces of the puzzle and they're coming together and you're just waiting for that last thing to click. And so the next thing I would like you to do, because I think this is what will help you take it to the next level, I'm going to offer you a little bit of unsolicited advice, so I hope that's okay. But you're already doing so many good things, I just want you to add one little thing. You've been journaling and logging a lot about your weed. I would like you to add a little bit to that and just document how you feel mood-wise on the times that you don't smoke or when you aren't smoking, Just being more in touch with your emotional state so that you can kind of get an idea of how it's changing, how it's improving. You have been noting how you're feeling, and that's good. But I think just maybe taking it a step further and just really, being able to properly quantify and document those times in which, you just feel happy. Like, life is just good. I'm not worried about anything, and it has nothing to do with anything except for just me being me. So I would say this, just try to ask yourself and try to reflect on, what do I need to do to take this to the next level? Because I think that's where you're at. You've pretty much completed the level that you're at, and you're ready to take it to the next step. When you feel like you're at 100%, make your 100% your new 1%. And you can push your limits even further. That's kind of the way that I like to view it. Whenever I feel like I'm stuck or I'm spinning my wheels, I'm just like, okay, this is just a sign that I am ready to take things to the next level. I feel like I'm giving 100%. My 100% is my new 1%. And now I'm ready to figure out, how do I give it 2%? And then continue to build and continue to grow. Exceeding my own expectations, expanding my own boundaries, just really testing myself and seeing what I'm made of. But no, I think you're doing great. I think you're doing great. Maybe in those moments, you've been practicing a lot of awareness and mindfulness, so I think just continue to do that, but then just continue to do it in more and more circumstances. I think that's just the real thing that you need to do. So when you find yourself happy and you're feeling good, or you're feeling relaxed and you're sober, document it to yourself. Just make a mental note of it. Oh yeah, I can be fine being sober. I feel perfectly fine right now. I feel good. Because you probably are having those moments. Those moments probably are already happening. You just need to continue being mindful and identifying them and pointing them out to yourself so that you can recognize just how much progress you actually are making. Period. Ooh. I'm about ready to see what Casey wants to do. She's having a hard time. We lost Big Mike. He got perma-banned. So I'm gonna go check on her. I'm gonna go give her a hug. We lost a real one. Semi-bonk? Is there such a thing? Half a bonk? Just a baby bonk. Alright. I'm cooked. It's gonna be it for me today. Let me just say thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. You're all wonderful. So thank you all so much. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Be kind to yourself. Show yourself some love. Take good care of yourselves, alright? You've earned it. You deserve it. Alright? It's Friday. Celebrate. Alright, everybody. Stay safe out there. I'm gonna raid into Casey. I'm gonna go hang out with her, so I guess I'm really not going anywhere. So you can see me over there if you want to hang out with us. Alright, everybody. Have a great night. Have a great life. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the
You're welcome for stream. Thank you for being you. Thank you for all the support. You're wonderful. Alright, bye-bye.